Fala galera do YouTube, Alexandre Games novamente trazendo pra vocês hoje, galera, Juarez Gunslinger. Esse jogo é um clássico, velho, um clássico. E simbora, galera. Pra quem não conhece, galera, esse jogo aqui é um contador de histórias, Silas. Ele vai num bar e ele conta a história de Billy the Kid. Já enfrentou Billy the Kid. Nossa, é um jogão do caramba. Vamos dizer que ele é um jogo subestimado. E simbora, galera. Vamos deixar de enrolação. Bora pro modo história. Lembrando, é um jogo da Ubisoft, hein? Ele é produzido pela Techland. Produzido pela Techland e distribuído pela Ubisoft. Vamos jogar um modo história. Tem um modo história, modo arcade e modo duelo. Esse modo duelo aqui é legal pra caramba pra jogar, galera. Modo arcade. A gente vai no modo história. Novo jogo, mas você está prestes a iniciar um novo jogo. Se fizer isso, irá perder o seu progresso atualmente. Sim. Vamos jogar no verdadeiro Oeste. Então, já jogou em alta. Vamos jogar no verdadeiro Oeste. Simbora. E bora pro modo história.
Don't I know you, sir?
Don't believe so. I haven't been here in many years. Name's Silas Greaves.
Silas Greaves? The bounty hunter?
Used to be.
Ah, well, what are you doing here in Abilene?
Just passing through. Got a little business to take care of.
Well, sir, it would be an honor if you would allow me to buy you a beer.
Hell, son, it would be my honor to drink it.
I'm Molly. Howdy.
I'm Dwight. That's Jack and Steve. Ben's behind the bar. Oh, I bet you got some great stories.
A couple.
Any of them true?
Jack, be nice.
A few.
What about your shootout with Henry Plummer's gang in Bannock, Montana? Is that where you started as a bounty hunter?
Silas
That's what it says
Greaves.
in this here dime novel.
Don't believe everything you read in them dime novels, boy. First man I hunted was back when I was riding with Billy the Kid.
You knew Billy the Kid?
Damn right. That scrawny son of a bitch had no fear. Wouldn't back down for nobody.
I heard he collected the 10 stars off any crooked lawman who crossed him.
It was a war, boy. The Lincoln County War. And Billy promised his regulators would take the life of every bastard who helped bushwhack John Tunstall.
Kid had a big chip on his shoulder and a hair-trigger temper. Made him dangerous as hell.
Silas Greaves, ele participou de um... Olha lá, ó. Silas participou da guerra do condado de Lincoln, ao lado dos seus reguladores. Ele é um caçador de recompensa, galera. E pela história, ele existiu mesmo de verdade, mano.
Billy was hiding out in an abandoned farm near Stinking Springs. I threw in with the kid because the man I had sworn vengeance on was riding with Billy's enemies. But before I tell you why I want that son of a bitch dead, let me tell you what happened that day. I was heading back to the hideout when suddenly I had this funny feeling.
Funny, haha?
No, Steve. The other kind of funny.
Não, apertei sem querer. Aqui já estamos com a metade já upável, galera. Aqui a gente jogou em gameplay no canal, então a gente já desbloqueou bastante coisa aqui, ó. Então tem coisa pra caramba pra fazer o upgrade ainda. Mais concentração por tiros na cabeça. Aponta inimigos fora do seu campo de visão. Tem muita coisa legal aqui, ó, de fazer. Fazer o upgrade, né, no revólver. Mas esse último aqui é um dos melhores, mano. Falta desbloquear ainda. Você vai ganhando ponto de XP e vai upando. Deixa eu fazer a mudança disso aqui. Pera aí, deixa eu ver um negócio aqui, galera. Aí, bora.
I knew those two morons would never let me through. I had no choice.
Controle. Vídeo. Tela inteira assim, sincronismo em vertical. Aí, bora. Quando você focaliza assim.
Was it Pat Garrett's posse?
Oh, yeah. I heard the shots and I knew I had to move fast. Garrett and his army of deputies had surrounded the entire homestead. I decided to help Billy and the boys out of it. So that's just what I did.
We have one behind us.
As the governor of New Mexico was paying for the kids' apprehension, Garrett was able to hire every gun hand in Lincoln County.
Desvia da bala. E aqui você seleciona. Você que selecionar o. Um dos meus jogos favoritos, galera.
Garrett's men were running around
Bota a cara.
chickens with their heads cut off.
Ó.
Still, one of them reached the water tower. Not a bad
Tem uma
idea. It would be a turkey shoot from up there.
Tem uma concentração aqui que quando você desvia da bala, acho que ainda falta desbloquear ela. Deixa eu ver aqui. Quando ele dá esse câmera lenta ali, ó, a mira ela já volta na cabeça do inimigo. Ó, contra-ataque depois de usar o pressentimento. É o pressentimento no caso, né? Consiga seu último bafo de vingança. A mira ela já volta na cabeça do inimigo. Uma opção bem legal, mano. Isso que eu falo, esse último aqui é o melhor que tenho. É esse aqui, ó. Esse último aqui tem coisa legal pra caramba, mano.
The right position is very important. Personally, I prefer to be on top.
A acessibilidade que tá muito alta, velho. Ó, controle. Tem que dar uma diminuída porque
Oh, you do you?
Indeed, darling. But where was I? Oh, yeah. A lot of them were saddle tramps or sod busters or drunken drifters looking to make a few bucks.
Mão na boca, hein? Ó, quando você faz esse pressentimento, ó, a mira volta na cabeça, mano. Uma das coisas mais legais desse jogo. Pode ter um aqui pra trás, hein?
Truth be told, things weren't much better behind the house.
O jogo conta da história do Silas, galera. Caçador de recompensas. Fala que já enfrentou Billy the Kid, Jesse James, os irmãos Dalton. Tem que esperar carregar agora. Tem que lembrar que a gente tá jogando no verdadeiro Oeste, né?
It was a bit of a slog, but I finally fought my way around the back of the house.
Os gráficos cartoonizados, mano. Muito louco, mano. Os gráficos muito legal, mano. Nem parece que a Ubisoft tem dedo nisso.
And like that, I was inside, none the worse for wear. I passed
Aqui meus
Dirty
brothers.
Days, and upstairs I found Billy and Charlie Bolton. Billy looked at me and said, "About time, amigo. Grab a gun and get to the window."
Wait, so you were friends with Billy the Kid?
Yeah, sort of.
Mais ou
Anyway,
menos.
we were surrounded by dozens of deputized shooters who wanted to do us home.
Só na cabeça. Pra ganhar mais XP. Vai correr não, pilantra. Bem na hora, hein? O diferencial é que aqui não tem o retículo da mira. Olha lá, ó. Tá mais difícil.
That's when Charlie got hit. They're catching us in a crossfire, shouted Billy. Get to the other side.
Ah. Barra de concentração tava vazia. Oh. Eu gosto quando se amontoa. Ó, vamos ver se a barrinha tá cheia aqui. Executa os inimigos próximos a acertar tiros na cabeça sem mirar. Aperte RB, consome toda a sua concentração para serem executados. Ah, esse daqui é legal, hein? Eu ia colocar esse aqui, ó. 50%. Vamos utilizar do outro. Não posso esquecer.
Suckers I personally put down, but it was pretty clear, even to Billy, that maybe discretion was the better part of valor.
What's that mean?
It means that it was time to cut and run. They got a Gatling, Billy shouted. Get the horses and bring them round back. I'll draw their attention. directed that order
Pat
at me,
Garrett.
and I thought, why the hell do I have to do it?
Those poor sons of bitches are
Many
done
would have
for.
fled in my place. But I had that
Os
false
escudeiros
sense
aqui,
of
ó.
invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack.
Esse escudeiro é muito chato, velho.
Old man. Jack is just joshing with you now. Yeah, he better
Vai,
be.
bota, cara.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Ah, pegou no braço dele.
Those poor sons of bitches are
Many
done
would have
for.
fled in my place. But I had that false sense of invincibility that many young men have. Like Jack here.
What are you saying, old man?
Toma aí.
Jack is just joshing with you now. Yeah, he better be.
Mr. Greaves, please continue.
Please, call me Silas, ma'am.
Silas
Now,
Grief.
where was I?
You were heading for the barn.
Olha lá.
Making my way past the castle of fallen foe.
Sounds like Garrett hired a whole regiment of hired guns.
Yeah, and just when I thought I was done with them, more of these
A barra de
hapless
consentimento
bastards
aqui
pop up.
você vai utilizar bastante, mano. Nessa dificuldade.
Finally, I had the stables within my reach. After the fight, maybe we could treat ourselves to some fried chicken.
Tem mais 4 pitas
And
da
that's when
verdade
I
ainda.
met Sheriff Pat Garrett.
I read that you went toe-to-toe with him, sir. That backstabbing bastard with that tacked-on tin star.
Orgulhoso. O bonitão desajeitado. Pat Garrett.
You challenged him to a showdown.
You read that in a dime novel?
It said he showed no fear as he took your measure with eyes like a rattlesnake.
Vamos se dizer que esse jogo aqui é um dos mais subestimados dessa franquia aqui. Do Call of Juarez. Pra mim é um dos melhores, mano. Ah, eu esqueci qual que puxa aqui, mano. Acho que é o RT. Eu tirei o tutorial, mano. Tem que
And
desviar.
you killed him in a fair fight.
E tem mais
Is
isso,
that
você
what
tem que
that penny
desviar quando ele
dreadful said?
atira.
No, boy. That ain't what I meant when I said I met Pat Garrett. So let me start again. I finally reached those damn stables. And stepped inside, and last thing I heard was Garrett's voice. That's not Billy.
Esse não é o Billy.
Go on.
Ele
How
tava
did it end?
junto com o Billy the Kid ajudando ele, no
Boy,
caso.
that was just the beginning.
Morto com honra. Será que a gente... Ah, não vai dar pra matar todos com honra. É o RT que puxa.
So what happened? Did Garrett arrest you?
Yeah, after I came to, the bastard had clocked me with his Colt.
And the kid surrendered?
When he realized there was no getting out of there alive.
So they locked you up in Lincoln?
Indeed they did. Sentenced me to hang right along with the kid.
Tente executar sequências, sua resistência desbloqueando a habilidade de armadura de guerreiro.
It's important to know that I was only riding with Billy so I could find the bastard I was after.
Prisão de Lincoln, 28 de abril de 1881. 4 meses depois da prisão de
He was with
Silas.
John Kinney's gang, and they were sworn enemies of Billy's regulators.
Why were you after him?
I owed that son of a bitch a bullet for what he had done to me and mine. Instead, all I got for myself was a goddamn death sentence.
Ele tá aqui atrás dos caras que matou o irmão dele, né? A história é muito bem feita.
Later, they wrote that some lady friend planted a pistol for him in the privy. What the papers didn't say is that Billy helped me escape too. My first order of business was finding a firearm.
E é legal o sangue frio dele, né? Eu não vou contar a história, galera, porque tem muita gente que nunca jogou esse jogo. Quer dizer, muita gente não ouviu falar desse jogo, né? Porque na época ele só saiu pra PC e Xbox 360. 2013.
I saw Billy through the window, and he yelled that I should take to the rooftops to make my escape. So I did.
Anybody see Billy?
Toma aí, ó. Essa vala beach, é? Toma. Que é bruta, filho.
Hell yeah. That scatter gun was like a double-barreled howitzer. It could blow a man clear off his feet. You hardly had to aim the damn thing.
Gosto de jogar com essas pistolas aqui, ó. É melhor.
Can't let the kid get away. I had to jump from roof to roof like a damn alley cat. I followed the planks where I could, but some of that wood was slippery as hell. The whole town was up in arms. And suddenly, I was a fugitive.
E o legal é que ele vai contando a história.
What did he do? He did me and my family a grievous harm. But I knew if I was ever going to find him, I would need to get my ever-loving ass out of there.
Ele vai contando a história e o jogo e o cenário do jogo. O cenário do jogo ele vai se formando.
But hell, if they weren't all waiting for me. Apparently, some of them thought I was Billy.
Vai, bota a cara.
You hooligans can go to hell.
Let's do this. See, me and the kid shared a certain similarity in build and color. I was just glad I had Deputy Bob's mean-ass
Caramba, aqui é
shotgun.
tenso, hein?
We're gonna be in deep shit when Pat gets back.
They're shooting in the street.
I'm here. Get your headstone.
There's children here.
So much lead was whizzing by my head, it was like everyone in Lincoln wanted to put me in the ground. I knew I needed to find a horse. Though I never did have a great fondness for those four-legged grass eaters. smelly, sweaty, ungrateful beasts.
Tem uma pepita por perto
We
aqui.
prize them too high, if you ask me.
Aqui, ó. Fechou. Falta só mais 3 só. As pepitas da verdade. Ele complementa a história, no caso, né? Quem era tal personagem, tudo.
But where was the kid while you were busy getting shot at?
Gone. And that's when it occurred to me why Billy set me free.
Essa sequência é legal, hein?
So I could be a hapless decoy
Toma,
and draw
escudeiro,
attention
filha
while
da
he
mãe.
snuck out of town. I knew if I made it out of there in one piece, no one would put a price on my head.
Because everybody in Lincoln would be dead?
No, because they all thought I was Billy, and all that blame would fall on him. Meanwhile, Deputy Bob Ollinger was organizing a posse to put me down. He was already a mean son of a bitch, but he was doubly pissed that I stole his mean-ass shotgun.
Arm yourselves! Stop him! How the hell did he get away?
Nossa. Aqui pelo menos no alto você tem que jogar pelo menos na dificuldade alta pra desbloquear algumas coisas primeiro. Se for tentar zerar de primeira não dá não. É muito difícil. Matou. Ah, malandro, tava aí, né? Bem quietinho.
Finally, I found what I was looking for.
Toma, coronhada aí, ó.
The stables on the edge of town.
I guess Billy saved your ass, taking out Bob Ollinger the way he did.
Billy didn't kill Bob.
Sure he did. He dispatched him right after he shot Deputy Bell.
No, sir. Because Bob came right up behind me, angry as hell that Billy had lit out. "Hello, Bob," I said. "I think you better let me
Bobby
go."
Bright.
And he says, "I don't think so, boy. Not with my shotgun." So we stood there in the middle of the street.
É da hora a musiquinha de suspense no fundo.
He intended to kill me, and I knew I had no choice but to defend myself.
Você tem que deixar o máximo possível da mão dele mais próxima. Toma.
I killed him in a fair fight. Everybody saw I had no damn choice. Well,
Isto.
Lincoln got a mite depopulated that day. Pat Garrett gunned down Billy 3 months later, so his escape was all for naught anyway.
É, matamos 34 inimigos. Precisamos de 37% patrulheiro. Tira a distância. Bob Link. Esse foi muito com honra.
So where'd you go after Lincoln?
Mexico. Until I realized nobody was looking for me. I ended up taking a job at the Rurales.
The Mexican Rurales?
I was hired to help them track down the cowboys.
The most vicious outlaw gang in Cochise County? Curly Bill Brocious? Johnny Ringo?
Led by old man Clanton himself.
They must have paid you a pretty penny to take them hombres on.
Not really. But truth be told, I had my own reasons for going after those boys.
Uma bala pro velhote. Silas afirma que acabou sozinho com os cowboys e que a fama de White não vale mais um centavo. Atirando através do buraco no escudo ou usando uma dinamite. Nem sempre dá pra usar. No caso
So was
aí
the
da...
bastard you were after now riding with the cowboys?
Roscoe Bob Bryant was his name.
Oh.
But no, this time it was a different bastard I was after.
Essa
The
pistola é horrível, né?
aforementioned Mr. Ringo. And yes, he was
Essa aqui, ó.
working for old man Clown.
Vamos ver o que tem de bom aqui. Olha lá, já desbloqueou. Temos mais concentração por tiros na cabeça. Acerte alguns tiros na cabeça para se concentrar mais. Para cada tiro na cabeça você recebe 50% a mais de concentração do que o normal. Vamos deixar isso aqui pro segundo. Esse aqui, ó, esse aqui é legal. Acerta tiros na cabeça sem mirar. Aperta e segurar RB consome toda a sua concentração. E marca os inimigos mais próximos para serem executados com tiros perfeitos na cabeça. Quanto mais concentração você gastar, mais inimigos morrem. Vamos desbloquear aqui que ele vai abrir ali, ó. Olha lá, ó. Inventor desconhecido. Inventor desconhecido dessa belezinha. Modificou sua mola permitindo que carregue cartuchos extras. Além disso, é mais leve e durável, que resulta num manejo mais fácil e coice reduzido. Certo. Esse aqui da coruja. Aponta inimigos fora do seu campo de visão. Veja já até mesmo os inimigos estão além de seu campo de visão. Vamos desbloquear esses dois aqui. Tem muita coisa boa aqui, ó. O terceiro caçador lutador corpo a corpo é o melhor, velho. De upgrade. É o terceiro aqui, ó. Lutador corpo a corpo.
Where's he going?
I came upon them robbing a stagecoach, which wasn't surprising, being they were such murderous thieves and bastards. The bandits wore red scarves, so I knew they worked for the old man.
Velho quento.
I did my best to help those poor passengers. Moments later, the attackers were dead. And I checked the stagecoach to see how many passengers were still breathing. None. It was then I wondered if the rocks weren't hiding more bandits. Was that all of them? Or did I just hit the rear guard? I quickly got my answer. They attacked from on high like Apaches often did.
Tem que ficar esperto.
They would appear in great numbers from above and rain down lead on their hapless enemies' heads.
Ela tá bem mais precisa com aquela configuração.
Yep, the Apaches always appeared out of nowhere, and there never seemed to be an end to them.
Hold on. Were you attacked by Apaches? What happened to the cowboys?
Did I say they were Apaches? I said Clanton's cowboys attacked
Atacam o
me
estilo.
Apache style. I was in a pitched battle, but I was holding my own against an overwhelming enemy force. See, at the time, I was still pretty green and would often blunder into
Corre não,
regrettable
filha da mãe.
situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the Cowboys.
Essa parte aqui é uma das mais chatinhas que tem, velho. Aqui é detalhe. Olha lá. Ih, quase erro.
See, at the time,
Louco, não
I
caiu.
was still
Véio.
pretty green and would often blunder into regrettable situations. But I just kept shooting at anything I could see up in those damn rocks. I didn't see Ringo, but I knew he was with the Cowboys. He and Roscoe Bob had done me a dreadful wrong, and I was determined to have my
Porque a dinamite não
revenge.
chega lá.
But to get to Ringo, I knew I'd have to fight my way past these other assholes first.
Tinha um das costas. Se não fosse pela essa parte, dava pra... Dá pra zerar sem nenhum upgrade. Do zero. Deu tempo. Ah, não dá tempo de correr. É muito rápido. É.
Unfortunately, I was running out of ammo. Another perfect example of my relative inexperience as a hunter of men. I immediately knew that a tactical retreat was called for, as my vengeful fury was much less impressive without the bullets to back it up.
Where's he going?
Bem que eles não vêm desse lado.
Finally, they managed to corner me. Trapped as I was, the odds of my survival seemed pretty slim.
Lá em cima. Ali é sem escapatória. Olha, ele fica bem na pontinha ali. Agora me ferrei, agora me ferrei bonito ali. Se eu tivesse com a configuração aqui, ó, a mira já voltava na cabeça dele.
Serendipity was on my side as I suddenly spotted a way out of my predicament. I ran ahead as if the devil himself was after me. Bullets were whizzing by my ears, but I wasn't about to roll over and die. I just kept running like there was no tomorrow. Because there wouldn't be if Clanton and his men caught up with me. As I was scurrying around those caves, I thought, what was I thinking? Going up against a gang like this.
Fui pelo lado errado. Nossa, tá lotado, velho. Olha, quase passou na orelha.
I just kept running, not knowing where the hell I was going.
Uma quedinha de nada. Tem que esperar recuperar. Se pular com tudo, morre.
That's when something miraculous happened. Like manna from heaven. I found the desiccated remains of what looked like an Apache warrior. The old weapon next to him supplied me with some much-needed ammunition. Bat Masterson once told me it was more important to be lucky than good, and he would know. And imagine my surprise when I found a fistful of dynamite to go along with that. That stroke of good fortune evened the odds and bolstered my confidence. It was time to turn the tables. Time for the prey to become the prey. Time for the hunted to become the hunter. Time.
All right, Jesus, we get it. They were right where you wanted them.
That's right, Jack. I was done running, and the old man's boys were not expecting that. No, sir.
Caramba, hein? Não é que qualquer coisinha você morre. Você tem que estar atento em tudo. Barra de concentração. Eu desbloqueei um ponto de habilidade aqui. Aqui vamos mais aqui, ó. Mais concentração por tiros na cabeça. Alguns tiros na cabeça pode concentrar mais. Vamos colocar essa, depois desbloquear a última ali. Dava pra upar aqui já. Deixa eu ver essa daqui. Retículo adesivo. Durante a concentração, lide mais depressa com seus oponentes. Quando estiver concentrado. Fica aderente, e que significa que ele vai se mover por curtas distâncias a partir do centro da tela. Permitindo que atire rapidamente em vários deles. Esse aqui que é o esquema. Mas para chegar até lá, só se fazer o upgrade por aqui, ó. Fizeram umas 2, 3 vezes.
It was finally time for that old man to pay for his sins.
Ranzinza, briguento, ruim para diacho. Velho Clanton, esse é brabo, hein?
I yelled out at the top of my lungs, Clanton, I'm coming for you.
As pepitas da verdade revelam a história de cada personagem, galera. Quem não
Because that
conhece o
old
jogo,
fool had a Gatling gun and enough bullets to last him till kingdom come. But I knew I could not let that deter me. Not if I was to find and
tem que ser
kill
por
Ringo. I needed to get that old man off that gun.
Passando. Caramba, velho.
Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe County.
Ah, não deu tempo.
Most
Aqui
everyone
bastou
thought
um
it was the
cheiro e você
Ruales who had
morre.
come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Ah, dinamite. Filha da mãe, velho. O jogo fez a gente cair bem aqui, velho. Deixa eu eliminar esse capanga dele aqui. Tem dinamite. Caramba. Ele duas dinamites já mata ele. Embaçado, hein? Certinho em cima dele. Não matou ainda, velho. Tava bem no canto, hein?
Most everyone thought it was the Ruales who had come up against him in Guadalupe Canyon, but it was just me.
Esqueci de pangaré ali, ó. Foi com tudo. Filha da mãe. Cara, é 2 balas já era, filho. Dificuldade aqui é insana, mano. Bem que o velho Clayton aqui, ele é embaçado, né? Dividiu logo as 3. Ô louco. Ah, era. Pegamos ele.
Apparently, one of the cowboys made it out of there alive and told Ike and Billy Clanton that it wasn't a Mexican who took their father's life that day. They just assumed it was one of the Earps, and that little misunderstanding eventually led to that legendary gunfight at the OK Corral.
Total de experiência 300.000. Inimigos mortos. Rifle. Tiro a distância. Johnny Ringer, Bobby Bright e Jim Red assassinaram os irmãos de Silas anos atrás. Agora Silas tem que a chance para os 3, né? Além de ser um caçador de recompensa, ele tava atrás dos caras que matou o irmão dele, né?
A few weeks after that dust-up at the OK Corral, I was still after Johnny Ringo. I had tracked him and the cowboys to their hideout at a sawmill, and they were loaded for bear.
Somebody's coming! So, what exactly did Johnny Ringo do to piss you off?
Well, him and that other bastard.
Roscoe Bob Bryant?
Yep. They both deserve to die, and I promise I'll tell you why. First, I need to tell you about the Cowboys' new boss, Curly Bill Brocious.
Herb's coming!
Get ready, boys. Curly Bill took charge of the Cowboys upon the old man's demise, and after that gunfight at the OK Corral, the Clantons wanted revenge.
Toma aí, ó.
So they murdered Morgan Earp and grievously wounded his older brother, Virgil.
Tem outro ali embaixo.
Wyatt and Doc went on what became known as the Vendetta Ride, hunting those outlaws down. So when I showed up, that's who they thought I was. There were killers around every corner, all wearing red bandanas. That's how the cowboys identified each other. And I was beginning to wish I had one myself.
Onde tá tu, filha da mãe?
Put some holes in him!
Olha só com a base do...
But I wasn't about to let Ringo walk away unscathed. And that's what drove me forward.
Barra de concentração ali é braba. Nossa, pegou os 3.
They say that Ringo was infernally fast.
I hardly saw anyone faster, boy. Certainly not Wyatt Earp. That man was all hat and no cap.
Earp
Toma
wasn't
aí.
much of a match for him. But Doc Holliday might.
Essa parte é que eu mais gosto do jogo.
That lunger should have kept his nose
Tem
out.
várias armadilhas.
They never charged anyone for the murder of Morgan Earp.
But everybody knew that Curly shot him in the back. That was common knowledge.
Yeah, maybe so. But Ringo had nothing to do with it. He was just being loyal to a friend.
Is that what you call it? Being loyal.
Como?
To get to that loyal friend, I had to pass by some buzzsaws as big as a man.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question.
What's that, Dwight?
After old man Clanton died,
Tem
why didn't his
filhos
son
dele.
take over the Cowboys?
Because Ike Clanton was dumber than a box of rocks and a yellow belly to boot. Now, where was I?
Taking down the entire cowboy gang single-handed.
Indeed I was, Jack.
Calma aí, ó.
Though it wasn't easy, as those boys had good cover.
Legal que dá pra ver onde a bala tá indo. Uma barra de consentimento.
Boy, you are shit out of luck. Oh, now what? I'm invincible.
There were carts everywhere, piles of lumber, and God knows what else for people to hide behind. That really was one hell of a sawmill. Quite an impressive operation.
Essa parte aqui é treta, hein?
And where was Curly Bill? Did you see
A
him?
parte mais difícil do
I'm
jogo.
about to get to that, Ben. Patience. I'm painting a picture
Mais
here.
chatinho, no caso, né?
There was this beautiful waterfall and a crystal clear stream that led to a verdant valley that was truly...
Consider your picture painted. What happened next?
Well, finally the bastards that were still alive made a last stand.
Essa espingarda de 2 tiros aqui é a melhor, velho. Isso aqui pode vir escudeiro, pode vir o que for. Vou pegar ela porque eu vou utilizar ali dentro.
Curly Bill, Johnny Ringo, and his compadres took off into the lumber yard, and I followed after.
Tem dinamite, mas é lá do outro lado. Toma uma dose antes de tomar chumbo. Curly Bill.
Are you saying they ran? Cowardice was not in Ringo nor Curly Bill's nature.
No, sir. I never said they were running scared.
Aqui, ó.
They just wanted me out in the open.
Time to dance with the dead, boys.
Com ele é uma bala só, mano. No meio dos capanga dele, lá do outro lado. Lá, bugou. Só fui falar bem da Techland. Bugou mesmo, olha lá. Vou acabar morrendo pro outro ali do outro lado. Ubisoft, que negócio é esse, Ubisoft? Olha pra isso. Desbugou. Bugou de novo. Toma aí, ó.
Brocious gave me no choice but to take his life. But Ringo was nowhere to be found.
I knew you didn't kill Ringo, because he was found dead in a different location altogether.
To this day, his killer is still unknown.
Indeed. Took me a few months before I finally tracked his ass to West Turkey Creek Canyon.
O próximo, no comando e na cova. Johnny Ring. Eu sempre gosto de falar, o melhor gráfico.
That's incredible, sir. I always thought that Doc Holliday was the one that killed him.
Olha que eu já joguei jogo pra caramba, hein. Bem na testa, hein, mano.
Sorry I had to ruin the legend for you, boy. But the legend ain't
Tem que ser
always
rápido.
true. Doc Holliday had
A lenda
nothing
foi
to do
pro...
with the death of Johnny Ringo.
Tinha uma pepita da verdade bem aqui, hein. Caramba, hein.
I was paid a healthy bounty for Ringo and Curly Bill, and realized there was real money to be made. That's why I went after Henry Plummer.
Episódio 3. The Inocentes. Os Inocentes.
Now, wasn't he the sheriff who augmented his income by shaking down miners and robbing gold shipments?
That's the one.
Oh, yeah, I remember him. He ran that gang of thieving outlaws called the Innocents.
So it's true that you went toe-to-toe with him?
Indeed I did, son. Indeed I did.
Magnificente. Depois de perder o rastro de Bob, Silas começou a trabalhar como caçador de recompensas para de acordo.
I knew I needed resources if I was going to track down Roscoe Bob Bryant, and hunting Plummer looked like a good way to get rich quick. As the local vigilantes exposed him as the leader of the bandits, and put a generous price on his head. Plummer rallied his gang to plunder one last gold mine before making their escape, and that's where I thought I'd find him.
Isso aqui, ó, né? Pega na trairagem, ó.
As my late father pointed out to me more than once, God made men. Samuel Colt made them equal.
George is up there on the rocks with that rifle of his. Nothing gets past him. Oh yeah? Who the hell is that?
Calma aí, ó. Não dá tempo de correr, não. Sempre uso essa espingarda aqui. Pra mim é uma das melhores, mano.
I knew that dynamite wasn't mine, so I decided the polite thing would be to return it. It was the biggest gold rush since Sutter's Mill in '48. Unfortunately, prospectors weren't the only ones drawn to those riches. There were thieves and killers, robbing travelers and hijacking gold shipments.
Ser rápido.
Like those that ran with Plummer. Some were just regular folks I knew from town, drawn by greed and easy pickings. Charlie Crow, the blacksmith. James, who worked in the stable. Of course, the rest were veterans of the Civil War. Stone-cold killers trained on the bloody fields of Shiloh and Antietam. Dangerous, desperate individuals. If Daddy had lived to see Alfred Nobel's explosive invention, my guess is he would have told Samuel Colt to kiss his ass. Plummer had a lot of men on his payroll. Hell of a lot. That son of a bitch pretended to protect the public with one hand while stealing them blind with the other. He set up a defensive perimeter which I had no idea how to breach. I was outnumbered and in way over my head, but I was too damn stubborn and stupid to realize it. I thought I was some kind of hero. I finally made it past and headed on to meet my destiny. But first, I had something I needed to figure out. I had a few ideas on how to get into that mine, but once I made my decision, I knew there was no turning back. So my first thought was to enter the nearest mine portal. I saw an entrance. Made sense. It was the quickest way in, but that also made it more dangerous, as there would undoubtedly be enemy pickets posted along the way.
Porque eu uso bastante ela.
Once you enter a mine like that, it's easy to get all turned around. And that confusing maze of corridors wouldn't even be the worst thing. Some of those shafts could be as deep as hell.
Ela abre no meio, filho.
A single stumble or misstep can easily end in a deadly plunge to oblivion.
Pera aí, galera, vamos fazer o upgrade. O próximo é quanto? 338 mil. Já vamos... Bora aumentar isso aqui. Vamos ver o que tem de bom aqui. Ó. Aumenta a capacidade de munição de espingarda. Dinamite. Carregue ainda mais munição de espingarda. Explosivos. Leve com você 30 cartuchos. Contra-ataca depois de usar um pressentimento. Consiga o seu último bafo de vingança. Combos maiores durante a concentração, seja ainda mais eficiente ao se concentrar durante a concentração. O multiplicador de combos. Nossa, onde ficou pendurada? Não tô correndo não, meu brother.
Quick reflexes often make up for a lack of common sense. Luckily, I was never one to be easily bushwhacked. I would just need to be careful not to blow myself to kingdom come.
Tem uma pepita da verdade. Tá bem próximo aqui. Opa. Agora aonde? Deve estar embaixo.
With all that gunpowder and dynamite everywhere, a body has to know what he's shooting at.
You're dead.
Aí, boa. Já era. Ai, vira. Ai, caramba. Controle. A bateria. Aí. Falta uma, duas. Corridas do ouro. Complementa a história. Tem que tomar cuidado que tá cheio de explosivo aqui.
One wrong bullet could have turned that mine into a dad-blasted tube.
Ah, era.
I freely admit that my plan of attack was not just moronic, but clearly insane.
Morreu.
It's a good thing that I abandoned that ridiculous plan before I even tried it.
Antes mesmo de ter. Aí. Aqui é inevitável, esse aqui você morre.
Instead, I spotted a ladder, way into the mine from the opposite side.
É inevitável.
It was a long way around, but that approach seemed more sensible at the time. Of course, being I had a problem with heights, that scaffolding scared the bejesus out of me. Climbing down that ladder required some caution. Because even though I had a younger man's reflexes, no man can dodge a damn bullet while climbing down a rickety ladder. I needed to make a leap of faith. I was determined not to give up, however. That Sheriff Plummer seemed quite the despicable character. When the vigilantes discovered what the sheriff was up to, people were outraged. That 10,000 they put on his head would go a long way to helping me find old Bob. And I had made it my mission to settle that score come hell or high water. But first, I would have to make a choice. Take the elevator or climb the ladder. I wanted to use the element of surprise. Plus, I figured I could use the exercise. I was warmed up already, so what the hell?
É só esperando, né? Aí, ó. Pegadinha do malandro, filho.
Plummer was a mad dog killer, and the people of Nevada City deserved better.
Aí sim.
Nevada City? Well, I thought Plummer met his maker in Bannock, Montana.
Right, well, he was the sheriff of both places at one time or another, but that's neither here nor there.
You ain't beefing me.
point was, taking him down would save a lot of lives, including my own.
Mentira, era do outro lado. Ai, caramba. Ah, travou. Homem da lei, fora da lei. Vigarista. Um plumber. Só as lendas do faroeste. Billy the Kid.
Henry Plummer was clearly unhinged, and I could see right away that this was going to take some doing.
Run! What do you think you're doing? This cocksucker is smarter than he looks. I got a lot more dynamite than you. Who said you could throw dynamite? You can shoot, but can you aim? Gonna blow you into next week, boy. Oh, guess you had enough.
E tem dinamite, meu brother.
That's this, you son of a bitch! Keep pissing me off! See what it gets you! All blood money for you today! That is smart! Run! You ain't taking me! This cocksucker!
Teve jeito, mano. Teve jeito.
What do you think you're doing? I'm going all medieval on your ass.
Aqui tem que ter paciência.
Run! Oh! Who said you could... God damn! I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this cocksucker out! Cover your head! Damn eardrum!
E cercado de tudo agora. Cadê o? Vamos.
Asshole just killed Red?
Ai, aqui é rápido no gatilho, filho.
than he looks. Who said you could throw dynamite? You can shoot, but can you aim? What people are doing? He's killed a lot of good men. You ain't taking me.
Que pilantra, velho. Você acredita em fantasma?
I got a lot more dynamite than you. Run! What do you think you're doing? Oh, who said you could throw dynamite? No blood for you today. This cocksucker is smarter than he looks. You can shoot, but can you aim?
Pior aqui é rápido no gatilho. Só mais um ele cai. Ai, caramba. Toma aí, ó, na boca.
So that's how Henry
Receba
Plummer
teu
died.
doce.
Him and his crew were worth their weight in gold. And now, I was officially a bounty hunter.
Certo, isto. Espingarda foi a arma favorita agora.
So, did you finally go after that Bob feller?
Well, I heard word he was in Kansas with John Wesley Hardin. So that's where I went.
Where in Kansas?
Abilene. Why do you ask, Ben?
No reason.
Was Hardin as fast as Ringo?
Ringo was fast, but John Wesley was as fast as the devil himself.
John Wesley Ringan. Episódio 4.
Hell, he killed his first man at 15. From that day forward, he had a price on his head and wouldn't back down for nobody, not even Wild Bill Hickok himself.
Seja rápido ou seja morto.
I dodged death many a time, and that night in Abilene was no different.
Pera aí, galera. Bora.
I was there with the intention of finding that bastard Bob and collecting the bounty on John Wesley.
Nossa, na boca, hein? Mas tomei também. Aqui é inevitável. Não teve jeito.
I thought the Texas Rangers got hardened.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe. It was cold in a witch's tit and a brass bra that night as I fought my way past his loyal compadres. The very same saloon we're sitting in today. Look around and imagine this place painted in blood.
Salva todos os mortos.
For me, and wait, I'm jumping the gun here. Let me back up and give you some background on this sumbitch. He deserves that much. Don't you think so, Ben? John Wesley Hardin was a killer. By the end, he confessed to taking
Legal ele
the
contando a
lives of
história, né?
42 men, fathers
No
and
bar.
husbands, brothers and sons, men with families who cared about them. He was a bona fide folk hero by then, and had amassed a gang of armed miscreants and other assorted thugs. He and his men set up camp outside of town, and I was hoping Bob was among them.
Shit, it's cold out here. I'm freezing my giblets off.
Ain't right, we gotta stay out here keeping watch like this.
Ain't nobody stupid enough to go after Hardin anyway.
Better 3 hours early than a minute too late.
Esse foco é muito top. Toma, não dá tempo não, meu brother.
They didn't ask why I was there. They knew. Most of them were wanted as well. I had to spill a lot of blood to find out Hardin wasn't in that camp. He was carousing in town with his closest friends. Hardin's boys apparently didn't want me to reach the Bull's Head. Some were hightailing it into town to inform their jefe of my unwelcomed presence.
Tell Hardin someone's coming for him. Stop that sumbitch!
Mas tem mais um aqui.
Boys know we got another law dog.
Acho o áudio bugou. Aqui geralmente tem uma pepita da verdade aqui embaixo. Agora você viu o seu doce aí.
I wondered if Bob was among them. And I steeled myself for the fight ahead. For as good as I was, deep down I wondered if John Wesley wasn't just a little bit better. Before I could test my mettle against Hardin,
Pega essa sequência.
I would first need to dispatch his cadre of hired killers. Most of these degenerates were beyond redemption, but John Wesley might have been a different story.
Tinha
I
do
didn't
outro
learn
lado.
until later that that night was in fact his birthday celebration.
Sim, mira é horrível.
I think I already mentioned that I found Harding in this very saloon. Suffice it to say, nobody there was happy to see me.
Aí não dá, aí não dá não. Deve ter economizado dinamite pra quê? O ruim é que não tem dinamite pra cá. Ai, não voltou. Você vai ter que botar a cara aí.
You can't hide from me. He's almost as good as me.
Lá em cima, lá.
In fact, I felt a certain hostility.
Yeah, you know you can't beat me.
Lá em cima ainda.
That's right.
Ó, deu um alerta de pepita da verdade. Ou não?
Yeah,
Foi alerta de pepita mesmo. Nossa, aqui é uma bala só, mano.
I'm gonna shoot you dead. Well, that's a first.
I was disappointed that neither Bob nor John Wesley were among the dead. But that was short-lived, as a moment later I was facing down the fastest gun in the West.
Começou a matar os 15. Matou um por roncar e o outro por... os outros 40 por respirar.
I felt a bolt of
O
adrenaline.
Wesley Winger.
Or maybe that was fear. He was well known for his tricks, and I knew I'd need my own if I was ever to defeat him. man was faster than greased lightning. But being inebriated as he was, he didn't count his shots. And now, he was at my mercy.
So he didn't die?
No, I sent him to prison. Years later, after he was free, some restless Avenger took his life. Shot him in the back in a saloon just like this one. Anybody up for another beer? Ben?
O Ben tava dormindo. Caramba, galera, a pepita da verdade estava bem ali embaixo, hein? Eu escutei o barulho. Era pra não ter marcado ali.
Thank you, darling. Yeah, some say revenge is a dish best served cold.
So whatever happened to that Bob guy you were after?
Personally, I'd like to hear some of your other adventures. Like, I don't know, did you ever go toe-to-toe with a red man?
Grey Wolf.
Yes, I did, Ben. I remember once I was after this renegade Apache, Grey Wolf. Strangely enough, revenge was also his primary motivation.
Dança com os renegados. Será que o encontro de Silas com o Lobo Cinzento foi real ou apenas uma historinha para profer?
A bounty was put on Grey Wolf's head, and that's how I came to hunt him in the mountains. Mountains so high they tickled the nether regions of heaven. Grey Wolf was a Chiricahua Apache medicine man who had led a war party in revenge for a massacre against his people. The U.S. Army had attacked his tribe during his daughter's sacred sunrise ceremony, and the slaughter was unspeakable. I understood his anger, as there's nothing more traumatic than seeing those you love die in a cruel and painful death.
Essa daqui, essa aqui que eu gosto. Vou pegar essa espingarda, eu não... Vamos ver se tem mais habilidade aqui. Tem não.
Right from the beginning, I couldn't shake the feeling that Grey Wolf was watching my every move. He led a band of young Apache warriors who wanted retribution, and were more than willing to die for him. They saw me before
A
I
parte é
saw
legal.
them.
Você não morreu não, é?
And it crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Teve escapatória. Essa dificuldade é que você morre bastante,
They
mano.
saw me before I saw them.
É 2 balas. Aí, ó. É só na base da dinamite.
They saw me before I saw them.
Toma aí, ó. Filha da mãe. Toma. Os rapazes com o machado é o perigoso. Que ele aparece do nada, mano. Certo. Duas vezes mais. Caramba, hein? Que pilantragem, velho.
They saw me before I saw them. It crossed my mind that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But now that the shooting had started, there was no backing down.
Quase dá ruim. Tinha um pilantra bem ali escondido.
It was rugged country, the winter home of the Chiricahuas, and that's why they had retreated there.
Pontos por dinamite aqui, galera. Você consegue bastante ponto. Vou salvo ali no caso.
I admit to having some regrets about going after them the way I did. But then again, I got a
Tem que
lot
ser
of
meio
those.
rápido. Os tiros saem concentrados aqui. Olha onde o malandro tava.
Did you find Grey Wolf?
Not at that moment, but I did find the entrance to their hideout.
Olha essa minha barra de consentimento ali.
A deep crevice that led to a
Vem.
deeper cave.
Don't tell me you went in there.
Yeah, but it's not out of
Nossa.
bravery so much as pure, angry cussedness.
Tu é cego? Tu é doido, mano?
See, back then, I had a stubborn streak a mile wide, and I wasn't about to back down.
So it was like pitch black in there?
Actually, it was pretty well lit, as they had torches on the walls.
Não adianta correr não, meu brother. Que você leva na orelha.
How big was his cave?
Big as hell, Ben. Chiricahua had hid out there during the Indian Wars. They thought it was haunted with the ghosts of those murdered by the horse soldiers.
The cave was haunted with dead Indian ghosts?
To be honest, I was more concerned with the live ones than the dead ones.
É rápido, mano. É, agora não foi tão rápido assim. Proteção, galera, não dá. Pegou desprevenido ali. Toma descarregado.
So much about engines.
A few years back, I was married to 2 Mescalero women.
At the same time?
Yeah, they were sisters. Polygyny is traditional among the Mescalero.
So what happened?
Oh, I had to get out of there. Those girls never shut up. Both of them nagging at me all the time. Drove me half crazy. Haven't seen them since.
No, I mean, what happened with Grey Wolf?
Oh, well, I pursued him into the Cave of Death. I came upon this flooded grotto, and that's when I saw him. He came to me unarmed and unafraid. His voice echoed in the shadows. And I sensed he meant me no harm.
You carry great darkness in your heart, and if you do not release it, it will claim your soul.
The sound of his voice put some kind of ancient Indian spell on me. As his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are.
as his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no
Caramba, galera.
tears.
Esse modo aqui é embaçado.
as his story unfolded in my mind,
You will come to this place again and kill many more men, and the darkness will grow until it consumes everything that you are. The soul would have no rainbow if the eye had no tears.
he said I was a great warrior, a coyote man, unequaled by any other pale-faced warrior, or something like that.
The snakes will bite shadows of your past until a venom poisons your heart, and an echo of the song of the dead summons the spirits deep from within the mountains.
I didn't quite get what he was saying, but there was definitely snakes. And indeed, his warriors surrounded me and attacked me like hungry wolverines. They couldn't stop me, though, and Grey Wolf wasn't in the mood for idle talk.
Sem rápido. Isso é muito rápido.
I swear I couldn't see any way out of this trap. But suddenly, one just appeared. Kind of like a miracle. I felt like I would be lost in that damn cave forever. Finally, I found myself back outside, perched on the edge of the precipice, overlooking a thundering whitewater river. To get where I was going required several leaps of faith, but no way in hell I was turning back. I chased after him, determined to make him explain the meaning of all that mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo Jumbo's right. Are you making this all up as you go?
A few details may be fuzzy, brother, but I am relating exactly what happened. There were dozens of Apache warriors aiming at me from on high.
Dozens?
Well, maybe not dozens, but there was a lot of them.
At least 3 or 4.
Well, more than that, little lady.
Nossa, em cima, velho. Não deu nem tempo, hein? E a mira não tá voltando, não.
Steep climb up creek ahead of me and scrambled up those rocks like a mountain goat. I was determined to locate Grey Wolf and find out exactly what the hell he was trying to tell me.
Caiu. Agora essa parte aqui é embaçada.
Wouldn't you know it? That crafty son of a bitch led me right into a trap.
What kind of trap?
Well, son, there had to be at least 100
Pega a
Apaches around.
sequência.
100?
God be my witness.
Oh, come on. Who are you kidding?
Uma pepita da verdade bem aqui, ó.
Hey, I believe you. Come on, tell us how it ended.
All right, but I'm not gonna drag this out. Where were we?
You were surrounded by 100 Apache warriors.
Well, I didn't take the time to count them exactly, but there were a lot of them.
Hein? Que é só coronhada. Toma. Pepita da verdade tá comendo solto ali. Agora onde tá? A gente não sabe. Abaixa. Lá em cima. Aqui é treta, hein? Não tiver uma noção de espaço rápida e agilidade, já era. Acho que o som tava bugado, eu acho, hein? Dá pra ter um aqui.
But it was like that son of a bitch disappeared into thin air.
É, não foi dessa vez que pegamos ele.
Never did find him. And never did collect my goddamn bounty.
Perdeu a recompensa nessa daí.
Thank you, darling. It's interesting how the truth can sometimes seem might malleable, depending upon your point of view.
Like how those dime novels make you out to be something you're not?
Jack, don't be starting trouble.
No, he's right. They do tend to exaggerate.
Did they exaggerate your part in taking down the Daltons?
Well, I was there in the flesh, boy, so I saw what happened firsthand.
Os irmãos Dalton.
Those Daltons were lawmen once before
Eles
they
são
all
brabo,
went
hein?
bad, robbing banks and trains clear across the territory. Until Coffeeville, of course. I was one of the citizens who took up arms that day.
Fighting on the side of the right?
I did my best, sir. We all did.
Me chamam de caçador de recompensas. Os homens de verdade atiram nas galinhas antes de atirar no oponente durante o confronto.
It was early morning. One of my friends was a local gunsmith, and he handed out firearms to anybody who'd take one. You see, the Daltons got it in their heads to rob 2 banks at the same time. 2 banks on the same damn street. Story was Bob Dalton's girl was always writing him about how he had no ambition.
Nossa, passou do lado, hein, mano. Filha da mãe, velho.
Finally, the bastard took his brothers to Coffeeville just to shut her up.
E o Daddy.
Well,
Bora.
the locals recognized the Daltons right off. Before they could get away, half the town took up arms to
rápido.
defend their property.
Toma.
The brothers paid dearly for their stupidity, but everybody knows they had it coming.
There's more to it than that. I read all about that day, so I know for a fact that it went down very differently. First of all, it was high noon. A posse of U.S. deputy marshals were on the rooftop across the street.
Get ready, boys. They're gonna make a move.
The lawmen had been tracking the Daltons for months, and now they finally had them dead to rights. Among them was a bounty hunter feared by many a lawbreaker.
Peraí, tem uma habilidade aqui. Combos maiores durante a concentração. Seja ainda mais eficiente ao se concentrar durante a concentração. Desbloqueia o que depois aqui? Recarregamento rápido de espingarda. Vamos colocar esse de baixo. Aumenta a capacidade de munição. Bom que eu já desbloqueio aqui, ó.
This man had no intention of letting the Daltons slip away. The marshals tried to get the Daltons to surrender.
They'll give up eventually. We just gotta win some of the bitches out.
This bounty hunter knew that the brothers were far too proud to ever lay down their guns.
Essa espingarda é bruta, mano.
He went in there alone to confront those criminals. One of the marshals shouted, "Where are you going? Are you crazy?"
Hey, where do you think you're going, dumbass? That rifle's mine.
But he paid him no mind. He saw a way to get around to the back of the bank. Then he figured out how to hit the Daltons from a direction they weren't expecting. A moment later, he was climbing up a steep ladder, laughing at danger as he did. It was brave men like him who risked their lives to tame this wild country.
Bing.
We've got company.
Os assaltos de banco de 1900, não, 1800 no caso.
Did what other men couldn't or wouldn't to make this country free.
Não era igual os de hoje não.
Jim Booth and Davy Crockett, who died defending the Alamo.
Son of a bitch!
Naquela época não existia colete. Mas tem outro. Toma aí, ó. Morreu? Morreu.
Over there!
Ah, errei.
That's Silas Greaves. What the hell? Blam! Blam! Came away victorious, taking down those thieving Daltons.
Aqui narra 3 histórias nessa parte.
Was Silas Greaves, and when the dust finally settled, he was the last man standing.
Sorry, kid, but that just wasn't the way it happened. It was early evening, not high noon. The Daltons blew up a safe, and were all set to hightail it out of there. I was late to the party, and Coffeyville was already up in arms. Those pathetic deputies surrounding the bank were dropping like flies.
Federal Bank. O líder, o amante, o perdedor. Os irmãos Dalton.
I had been tracking those jokers for months, waiting for them to do something reckless. And finally, they did. Those stupid bastards decided to rob 2 banks at the same time in the same town where everybody knew them. But they still had friends in Coffeyville.
É, escudeiro, agora se arrumou pra você. Tentei pegar eles, mas não tem como. O jogo já é programado para eles fugir.
I caught sight of the Daltons running with the money and didn't want to lose it. Problem was, they knew the town better than I did. And to top it off, I found myself in the middle of another shootout entirely.
Did the Daltons hole up in somebody's house?
No, it was the Smiths, I believe. They were cousins of the Daltons. And they were shooting at the Browns, who were shooting at the Daltons. Which wasn't any surprise, because those 2 families have been feuding forever. And since the Joneses are related to the Browns, they shot at the Smiths, pissing off the Heimhoffers, whose daughter recently married a Smith. Well, bullets were flying every which way as all the old feuds in Kansas caught fire all at once. There was a hell of a lot of pissed off people in Coffeyville that day. But that's just the way life is sometimes. Shit happens.
Vai, né, pilantra? Tô escondidinho no
The Dalton
canto.
boys knew I would never give up. Those Daltons weren't the sharpest knives in the drawer, but they always stood together. They set a trap to slow me down and allow at least 2 of them to escape. The 3rd brother stayed behind to plan me, just in case that trap of theirs didn't work.
Caramba, hein? Ele fica bem no cantinho aqui. Bora, que agora o bicho vai pegar.
It was Emmett, the youngest, and he decided to stand his ground and face me down.
I ain't afraid of you, Silas Greaves. This is where it ends for you.
He was determined to protect his brothers. I understood how he felt. Making me on all by his lonesome wasn't exactly a recipe for a long life.
I'm gonna plant you where you stand. You messed with the wrong damn dog. I'll blow
Pega esse desvio. Caramba, aqui é treta, hein? Pegamos um dos irmãos.
But Emmett Dalton survived the robbery in Coffeyville.
Os
He's the
irmãos
only Dalton who
Dalton.
did.
They say he was shot 23 times.
Well, Dwight, who do you think put all those damn holes in him? But I have to admit, that boy had grit.
Piscar de olhos. Caçador de recompensa. Ainda é meu nome.
We'll get those suckers.
It took me a couple of days to track the Daltons down.
They can't get away with this.
And in that time, a whole posse of local vigilantes offered to lend a hand.
We'll track them to the ends of the earth.
They seemed as determined as me to find those outlaws. But as we headed into those swamps, it was like I had my own private army. There was no way those boys were getting away this time.
It was early fall, right? Beautiful time of year. At least you had the weather on your side.
Not by my recollection. It was damp and foggy as hell. It was tough to stay on a true course, so we kept an eye out for landmarks.
Johnny, haha.
It was autumn. The maple trees were in full color, red as blood. The rains that year were torrential, so the whole area was flooded. The vigilantes had spread out wide, and pretty soon I couldn't see anybody.
Bury them in the swamp. Put them where they stand.
Except for some bitches ahead of me wanted to do me harm. So I had to face them alone. I wondered why my compatriots didn't come running when they heard the shots.
So did you find the Daltons?
Not yet, but I did have the questionable pleasure of meeting a few of their friends.
Quase vai, hein?
And I thought I was cool. Is that dynamite?
The boys had established quite a reputation by that time, so they attracted all manner of riffraff to their cause.
I'll blow you right out. I'll blow you with your back quick, boy.
Espingardeira.
And my reinforcements was nowhere to be seen.
Galera,
Point
aqui tem que ser
being,
bem
I was
rápido.
under serious attack.
Se você for rápido,
But luckily, a barn materialized as if right before my eyes. I scrambled up top to get a better view. but just ended up falling inside.
So, how did you get out?
The barn doors was open. About right then, I saw some suspicious characters running for the bushes. Of course, I followed them.
Atravessa o
That
pântano.
goddamn swamp was like a goddamn maze, and pretty soon I had no goddamn idea where I was. Steve?
Steve.
So I just started walking, and pretty soon... Steve? Steve?
Huh? Oh, no, I'm listening.
Tá assim.
Indians
Confia.
surrounded me from all sides.
Indians? There were Indians?
No. I just wanted to make sure Steve was paying attention. Now, where was I?
You were following the Daltons through a swamp?
That's right. See, Steve? Dwight's paying attention.
No, I'm listening. I was just resting my eyes.
So, where was I?
The Daltons.
Right. See, there's a reason so many outlaw gangs are made up of brothers. Being a brother is a very sacred thing. It's a bond like no other.
Bounty hunters! Stop that, son of a bitch!
É.
So did you ever
Pode errar a
find the damn
sequência.
Daltons?
Not yet. But I did find a few of their cousins. You Kansans breed like rabbits. More Smiths or Heimhoffers or who knows what. But hell, what's more important than family? I bet Ben knows what I'm talking about.
Aqui é só na boca, velho. Aí, ó. Receba. Filho da mãe. Ah, tá ali, ó. Quase.
Can't believe you keep missing. Oh!
Filha da mãe, tava escondida, hein? Espingardeiro.
I knew those dog
Calma aí,
boys
ó.
were out there somewhere, standing together against anyone who would threaten them.
Pra matar você eu já sei como que faz.
And that's when I saw it. A goddamn steamboat.
A steamboat in a swamp?
Yeah, Steve, but this wasn't much more than a wreck, really.
But how'd a damn steamboat end up in the swamps?
Yes, it floated off during the flood of '89.
Now, was it a stern wheeler or a side wheeler?
What? Does that really make a difference, Steve? It was a steamboat with a goddamn army on board. It was then that a fusillade of bullets come raining down from on high, and those vigilantes who accompanied me weren't anywhere to be found. But among those men that were shooting at me, I thought I saw some familiar faces.
Quase. Aí, desbloqueou mais uma habilidade aqui. Poderia ter desbloqueado aqui, né? É rápido no gatilho, mano.
Somewhere up there, the Daltons were waiting on me.
Sounds like you don't give up too easy.
That's the kind of man
Bora
I
espingardeiro.
am. I set out to
Tô
do
com essa
something.
espingarda de 2 tiros também.
Surrender just ain't in my nature. Plus, I'm stubborn as hell.
Se correr o bicho pega, e se ficar o bicho come. Não sou um bonzão?
Right about then, much to my relief, the vigilantes finally arrived. Their leader motioned at a cabin in the middle of the top deck, pointing me directly at the Daltons. I finally had them, after months of dogged pursuit. But it turned out that they had me.
Take him out! I'm sending you to hell!
Pegou ele na trairagem.
The Daltons had played me like a fiddle. Apparently, the vigilantes were on their damn payroll. They didn't just want to shoot me. They wanted to burn me alive. But finding my way out of a burning labyrinth proved to be quite a challenge.
It was a riverboat, right? I mean, it's not like it was a goddamn ocean liner.
Well, yeah, but I was in a
Did you
fight.
hear about that ship that's gonna launch next year? Largest one in the world.
You're talking about the Titanic. If you ask me, it's too blessed big. I don't think it'll even float.
So anyway,
Don't be stupid, Steve. They know what they're doing. They say that the Titanic is unsinkable.
oh God,
But getting back to that steamboat, how did you get off it, Mr. Greaves?
I took in a lot of smoke that day, so I admit my recollection might be a bit hazy. But somehow I managed to finally disembark. It was time to settle this once and for all.
Pega que é infinito, cara.
Weren't about to come at me one at a time. They were in this together. Two brothers side by side, determined to take me down.
É embaçado, viu?
Confident that this time the odds were on their side.
Essa treta, hein? Bora que essa... O gatilho aqui é bruto. Pegou ainda. O primeiro que saca a arma é o da direita ali, no caso. Então é nele que a gente tem que focar. Aqui é treino. Que aí você já puxa pro outro rapidinho. Vou tentar fazer com honra essa. Nossa.
A sad end for
No
those two.
cocuruto.
If they'd only known that Emmett was still alive despite his wounds. Paroled 14 years later, he moved to California and sold real estate and lived off the legend of that fateful day. And the tragic death
Mortos com
of his
honra.
two brothers. My own brothers died tragically as well, truth be told.
Will de Bans. Juarez, 1868. Irmão dele.
It was 1868, and me and my older brothers were pulling a tidy profit running cattle into Juarez, Mexico. One night after my brothers retired for the evening, I found a little poker game in a cantina with a couple of cowboys. And I just couldn't lose. I even won an old Spanish coin that had to be 100 years old. Well, I was mighty pleased with myself the next morning as my brothers and I rode for Texas. But before we crossed the border, those cowboys caught up with us. It was Johnny Ringo, Roscoe Bob Bryant, and another asshole named Jim. They wanted their money back and everything else we had, including our lives, as those boys didn't want us coming for them later. Bob put that old Spanish coin in my mouth and said, "I won't have it said that I left you with nothing, boy." Well, those horses bolted, and there we hung as those bastards rode away. The branch finally snapped under the weight of the three of us, but being my older brothers were bigger and heavier, they were already dead. And right then I swore to myself that I would avenge them. Ringo you know about. But Bob eluded me, until I heard he was riding with the Wild Bunch.
É, ele tava... Por isso que tem a segunda opção de escolher ali, eu não escolho não. Prefiro a vingança. Pelo menos nesse jogo aqui.
I'd been on their trail for months, ever since they left their hideout in the Bighorn
O final tem que ser trágico pro Bob.
Led by Butch Cassidy. They were a loose association of outlaws who robbed banks and trains from Colorado to Montana. Among them was the Sundance Kid, and that murderous hombre I was tracking, Roscoe Bob Bryant.
Were you a part of that giant Pinkerton posse after the Wild Bunch?
No, boy. A circus like that would have slowed me down. Besides, I wanted Bryant all to myself. I'd heard about a large shipment of gold being transported to Wilcox, Wyoming on the Overland Flyer. They blew the bridge with the intention of forcing the train to stop. Well, I assumed the Wild Bunch was likely in the still intact part of the train high above. I was determined to make that sumbitch Bob pay for what he did to my brothers.
Quase.
My ears are still ringing from blowing up that bridge.
Well, I made my way off unscathed and came upon a few members of the gang and had no choice but to
Filha da mãe.
dispatch them. From there, I had to negotiate an even more precarious route. But first, I would need to get my ass out of there. I jumped from the frying pan into the fire as the train was clearly fixing to fall. I had found the gang, but in order to find old Bob, I needed to fight my way forward past a whole passel of desperados. Outside, inside, any way I could, I made my way towards my prey.
Well, what about the passengers?
It was mostly a freight train, as I recall. There were no passengers aboard that day. As I mentioned before, I am not fond of heights. But I was too busy dodging bullets to worry about falling to my death. Odds were I was likely to die that day anyway. So I was determined to take down as many of those bastards as I could.
Meus movimentos são friamente calculados. Espingardeiro.
At times, it was like shooting ducks in a shooting gallery. The only difference is these damn ducks shot back. I kept hoping the law would show up and give me a hand.
You mean like that giant Pinkerton posse that I read about? Did they come riding in, guns a-blazing to help?
Help? From the Pinkertons? No, son. I had to fight the Wild Bunch all by my lonesome, as usual.
Como sempre.
Who the hell is that? He's out of his mind! Take cover! Retreat! Retreat!
Não! Ah. Mas o que é isso, jovem?
Who the hell is that? Take cover! Retreat! Retreat! He's killing everybody! He'll kill us all!
Nossa, que estrago, hein?
My guess is those dime novels didn't portray this as it happened, did they? Only a few stragglers were left. I had to cut them down pronto if I was going to stay on old Bob's trail.
Caramba, hein? Aqui tem uma barrinha, mas... Essa parte aqui vai ser osso. Vai ser osso.
Once I silenced all those guns, I went searching for my nemesis, determined to finally have my justice. But the only survivor who welcomed me was George Flat-Nose Curry.
Who was he?
The fastest gun in the gang.
Mais
After
rápido do
Sundance, I
mundo.
mean. And Kid Curry, and maybe Elsie Lay. Though some folks might dispute that.
Nossa.
On that very same day, Butch Cassidy and the
No
Sundance
Globo,
Kid
hein?
decided to leave the Wild Bunch behind and decamped for South America. They ended up living down there for many years, but I'm sure you already know all
Você já
about
sabe
that.
disso. Foco 81%. Deveria ter deixado habilitado, né? Eu não sei nesse modo se ele fica. 1,30 para o inferno.
I tried to find Bob Bryant, but it was as if he'd disappeared. Sometime later, I heard the Wild Bunch was back together. Kid Curry escaped from jail, and now he was running the whole shebang. So I took to their trail, as I was still in pursuit of my brother's killer and hoped that he was back with them.
That Kid Curry's kinda crazy, ain't he?
Don't let him hear you saying that.
Anyways, I tracked those boys to a camp right outside Parachute, Colorado.
Pega essa.
Being outnumbered, I didn't bother with a warning shot. I just started taking those bastards down. Old Bob wasn't among them, and neither was Kid Curry. I could sense him close by, however, plotting something nasty. I just needed a clue as to their whereabouts. And I found one. A map with their bold plan clearly marked. This time they were fixing to blow up a train trestle. Property of the Union Pacific. The plan clearly indicated how they were fixing to undermine several of the weakest wooden supports.
A destruição da ponte.
Kid Curry was considered the wildest of the Wild Bunch. It was said that he fathered 85 bastard children, though some say it was only 5. Kid Curry had bragged to a whore how he was gonna rob a train heading to the U.S. Mint in Denver. And that whore, Fat Sally, she told me. The bridge was rigged with dynamite, so I decided I'd best be careful confronting those bastards. And I made it a point to remove any dynamite that I came across. A moment later, I saw a ladder that somehow had escaped my attention.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Of course, I had to tread carefully. Otherwise, I could, well, die.
Caramba, que vacilo, hein?
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
See? One wrong shot, and they never would have found all the pieces of me.
Don't you blow us up now.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
But the Wild Bunch did not take kindly to my presence and attempted to blow my head off. It appeared the kid had found a number of new recruits to bolster their ranks. Guess there's always desperate men willing to trade their lives for stolen treasure.
What happened next?
Well, having removed the first bundle of dynamite, I decided I might as well remove the other one.
Consigo seu último bafo de vingança. Ó, esse aqui é legal. Vou colocar ela, era ela que a gente queria. Agora vai ficar bom, viu? Nossa, os gráficos é muito legal. História boa, jogo bom. Olha lá, ó. Seu último bafo de vingança. Essa opção é boa porque ele já volta com a mira na cabeça do inimigo. Ó, vou deixar até pra ver. Aí, ó. Não vai correr, não. Nossa. Dá tipo um coice de mula, velho. Você é louco. O tranco dessa arma é muito top, mano. Espingardeiro.
So, what happened then?
Had to remove more of that damn dynamite.
It must have been terrifying trying to make your way across.
I was sweating it a bit, but then I noticed a footbridge tied up on high, so I shot the rope.
So that was all the dynamite?
Caramba, tá pitando toda hora, velho.
As actually there was a fourth charge impeding my progress.
Acho que aqui não
Once
deve ter
I removed it,
pipito.
my path was pretty clear.
Apitou de novo. Toma, na cabeça. Agora eu tô com uma coisa pelona agora.
So I proceeded onward. I realized that that way just wasn't gonna work. I needed an alternate path forward.
Peraí, deixa eu dar uma olhada ali. Sempre tem ali. Sempre tem.
Luckily, I found a cave, and as I made my way back to the bridge, I saw something that concerned me. There was a long burning fuse, and it was moving fast as hell. I had to catch it. The burning fuse was so damn quick, I had to run like the wind. I almost had it, but no. Thought I was gonna have a coronary when I lost sight of those sparks.
Tem que ser
My heart
rápido.
was pounding like a sledgehammer. I knew that failure meant boom. Then, finally, at the last moment. Whew. Of course, I was successful, or clearly I wouldn't be talking to you folks here today. Naturally, I removed the last dynamite charge.
Well, it was a touching reunion.
But by this time, I was thoroughly exhausted and dragging my ass as I was not a young man anymore.
Ai, errei.
I found those boys. Or more precisely,
Burro,
they found me.
Lembrei do nome.
Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, Kid Curry opened up on me with a goddamn Gatling gun. It was hidden in this tunnel and pretty well shielded.
Kid Curry. Ruim pra diacho. Teve escolha ali. Pera aí. Bora.
Luckily, I had located some dynamite. I still, however, had my work cut out for me.
Shit! I gotta reload? Shit! God damn it, I need some help here! Come on, boys! Take this sumbitch out!
Tô jogando naquela altura ali, ó.
Eventually, I brought that tunnel
Toma aí, ó.
And that's when I met Kid Curry himself. He had decided to stop pussyfooting around and deal with me personally. Fast as he was,
Nariz,
I was
hein?
just a bit faster. And as he lay wounded, I demanded to know the whereabouts of Roscoe Bob Bryant. He shouted at me. Is that what this is about? Bob went with Butch and Sundance to South America. You ain't never finding him.
Toma. Será mesmo que eu não vou achar?
Those were his last words.
Silas Greaves, ele caçou um por um dos que estavam envolvidos na morte do irmão dele. Dos irmãos, né, no caso. Patrulheiro, arma favorita. Morto com honra. Honra, tem que ser com honra. Deixa ele sacar a primeira arma.
So, Bob Bryant got away?
I knew I'd never find him in South America.
What about the other killer?
Yeah, you kinda glossed over that one.
Well, I found Jim not long after my showdown with Ringo. At the time, he was riding with the James Younger gang. Did I neglect to mention that?
Jesse James. Um dos meus favoritos personagens aí do jogo.
James? The greatest outlaw who ever lived?
Jesse and his
também.
kid rode with Quantrill when he
É um
raided
clássico, né?
Lawrence, Kansas, and killed near 200 people, boy.
Ah, nothing great about that.
And from there, him and his brother went on to rob banks and trains from Kansas to Missouri.
Which is why there was such a rich bounty on their heads. 40 grand for both of them, dead or alive. That's one hell of a payday.
A morte cavalga garanhão de aço.
I confronted them as they were robbing a train. Bullets were flying at me from every which way. But I knew I'd have to fight my way forward if I was gonna find this Jim.
Ah, espingardeiro. E blindado ainda pra terminar. Tem que tomar cuidado com esses. São os mais perigosos. Ele vem com uma camada de aço na cabeça.
Now wait a second. Now, how'd they stop this train in the first place?
Well, the James boys were experts at this.
E diz a lenda que ele parava um trem só de olhar pra ele. Jesse James.
They hopped a freight train having heard there was a big
Ele é um brabo, você é louco.
express safe. So, I hopped the same train. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. The James Younger gang was decimated after that little fiasco they had in Northfield, Minnesota. So Jesse needed more men and took on the killer I was after, along with a host of others. I was hoping to find my man and put a bullet in his head. Climbing around that train, I must have swallowed 100 damn bugs before I reached
James
that...
Younger gang pulled the first train robbery west of the Mississippi.
Sounds like you hold them in high regard.
Everyone knows they were the most famous outlaw gang ever.
And you took them all on by your lonesome. Again. I'm finding this all a little hard to swallow, friend.
Well, maybe you need to wash it down with some whiskey. By the way, did I mention that train was flying down those tracks like a bat out of hell?
Don't let him get away with
Tá no Globo, hein? Ai, aqui é o verdadeiro Oeste, mano. Não tem isso aí não.
Anyway, excuse me, Ben. Where would I find the gentleman's facilities? Suddenly I have an urgent need to drain my one-eyed snake. Well, I've had more than a few drinks, and I've been sitting here for quite
Essa parte é legal.
Right through there.
Eles pensam que ele tá mentindo.
I never heard so much malarkey in my life.
You think he's bullshitting us?
You don't think he's Silas Greaves?
I think he's just some old drunk looking for some free liquor.
I don't know, Jack. I think I believe him. You don't think he met Jesse James?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That story makes no sense at all.
Jack.
I mean, you gotta be 2 bricks short of a load to believe that cock and bull story.
I don't agree.
Jack, lay off the
But
bar.
you seriously think that tired old man went toe-to-toe with Jesse James?
Well, that's better. Did I mention that this Jim was married to the infamous Belle Starr? Of course, I didn't learn that until later. Anyway, I made my way forward the best I could. Around the sides, over the roof. At some point, some bitch saw me and
Virei pro lado
shouted out,
errado.
"It's the damn Pinkertons!"
Atire alguns elementos ambientes e permite que você mantenha os combos. Caramba, hein? Essa parte é muito ruim, que é bem na beiradinha.
Some point, some bitch saw me and shouted out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
Tem um filho da mãe bem na porta ali.
At some point, some bitch
Você
saw
não
me
bota a
and
cara
shouted
agora.
out, "It's the damn Pinkertons!"
It's a damn Pinkerton!
Now, I never worked for that lightning cocksucker, but I guess they assumed I was one of his assassins. Those evil bastards firebombed Jesse's mother's house and killed his stepbrother. So it's no wonder each and every asshole on that train wanted me dead.
Everybody's always mistaking you for somebody else, aren't they? Why is that, I wonder?
Don't rightly know, Jack. I'm just telling you how I remember it.
I bet you are.
A mira já volta cravada na cabeça. Que é sem chance, filho. Ó, espingardas de cano cerrado e manejo duplo. Pegue 2 espingardas de cano cerrado. Ô, louco, mano. Coloquei esse daqui, eu acho, hein. Os mortos com espingarda. Bom, vamos fazer isso do último. A gente desbloqueia esses aqui. Toma, sou cronhada. Toma. Receba. Toma.
I came across a flat car piled high with logs and had to come up with a creative way to make my way forward. I wondered if I was ever going to find the front of that train,
Deu ruim aqui.
or the bastard I was after. Jesse hired a damn army after Northfield. Guess he didn't want to be outgunned like that ever again. Right about then, I was attacked by some asshole on a Gatling gun.
Yeah, seems like you run into a lot of them.
Asshole?
Gatling guns.
Yes, I did. Now, I don't remember how I took it out. It was either a bullet or dynamite.
Where would you find
Tem que ir bem na moral.
Does it really matter, Jack? You're messing with the flow of the story here.
Toma aí, ó. Nossa, que bugada. Ele ficou com a dinamite na mão, velho. Deu nem tempo. Espera que eu vou dar um trato naquele cachorro ali. Bora.
I was looking for Jim and shooting any son of a bitch stupid enough to get in my way. And that included Jesse James himself.
Calma. Aqui é só uma na orelha. Bora.
There sure were a lot of men determined to die that day. It was then that Jesse detached the express car from the rest of the damn train. I could see Jesse
Desviar, senão.
fixing to kill me so he could get away with all that money.
You had a showdown with Jesse James?
Jesse James.
Of course he didn't. Everybody knows that Jesse was killed by Bob Ford.
Yeah. Jesse went out like John Wesley Hardin. Coward shot him in the back of the head.
Guess it doesn't matter how far you run, does it, Ben? Your past always catches up with you.
Ah,
I didn't
peguei
kill
na
Jesse
segunda, hein?
James. Just wounded him bad enough to convince him to hang up his guns.
What about that
Tem hora
Jim
que você tem
fella?
que desviar,
What happened to
senão.
him?
I figure he was up front with a gun to the engineer's head.
Esse duelo é o
That
que mais
bastard
deixa o jogo
slipped
da
away
hora.
again. I'll tell you how I got him. But first I need to wet my whistle.
Patrulheiro. Patrulheiro, piscar de olhos, morto com honra. Sem perdão. Nessas alturas, Silas já tem quase certeza que Ben e Bobby Bright são a mesma pessoa, porém ele espera conseguir acabar com todo e qualquer.
After my showdown with Jesse, I continued to track his brother, Frank, and that son of a bitch, Jim. I followed those bastards into the high mountains as they were going to ground.
What mountains would that be?
Somewhere in the Ozarks, I believe. A perfect place to hide out from the authorities.
Ficou até personalizado. A 12. Deixa eu ver. 471. O que tem de bom aqui? Torne-se um especialista em explosivo. Toda explosão causada por você é 25% maior em termos de raio de dano. A maioria é com espingarda. Mais concentração de inimigos mortos com espingarda. Arremesse de volta a dinamite inimiga. Ah, isso aqui é legal.
In fact, before I could find them, some Indians who fled the res and were hiding out from the military found me first.
Vamos aí,
They
ó.
probably thought I was a cavalry
Apache.
scout and didn't want me telling the military where they were.
Indians?
Yeah, they could have been Cheyenne, but there was all sorts of renegades roaming the landscape back then.
Tinha um na esquerda. Nossa, o negócio abre, velho. É sem conversa a arma.
Hey, how about another whiskey, Ben? Nothing better to soothe the troubled soul. Now, where was I? Indians, right. I had more than my share of run-ins with the Red Man. Like that time... Did I tell you about Grey Wolf?
Yes, sir. You did.
Ah, of course I did. In fact, I can still remember that old medicine man's words to me.
Jesus Christ, we're back to that again.
You carry great darkness in your heart. It will claim your soul.
Legal que dá pra dividir as 3 dinamite.
And kill many more men. And the darkness will grow until it consumes everything you are.
So, did you ever find him?
Who?
The man you are after.
Let me ask you something, Ben. You ever think about death?
Mr. Graves, are you all right?
Ooh, death. Oh, death. Won't you spare me over till another year? What is this that I can't see with ice cold hands taking hold of me? Well, I am death, none can excel. I'll open the door to heaven or hell. Oh, death, someone would pray. Could you wait to call me another day? Oh,
Nada a ver uma rocha, um raio destruir uma rocha.
oh, damn. Won't you spare me over till another year?
So, are you gonna answer the question?
What question is that?
Jim Reed. Did you ever find him?
Reed was indeed that son bitch's surname. That's
Reg.
right, Ben.
Lembrei do
A
Red.
despicable character. I remember him laughing like a hyena that cold morning they lynched me and my brothers. He was intent on avoiding my vengeance, but nothing was gonna stop me. Nothing.
Pingardeiro. Frank James. Outra lenda do Oeste.
I finally did track those outlaws down. They had long rifles with scopes and were well positioned to pick off any poor soul
Quase.
who came anywhere close.
Quase. Que embaçado, hein? Isso é difícil.
I'm guessing Frank James believed I was responsible for the demise of his brother Jesse. I couldn't really disagree with the man, as I thought Jesse was dead then as well. He backed off as I closed in on him, but he was still intent on killing me. And when I closed in on him again, he backed off again, looking for a better angle on me. Hell, I can't fault Frank for wanting his revenge, as I was there for the same damn reason myself. At this point, I'm guessing you think Silas Greaves is a worse murderer than Jim Reed ever was.
No, sir.
A man who spent half his life killing somebody's brothers, fathers, sons.
Tinha uma segunda explosão ali.
Isn't that why you were hunting the James gang?
The James gang. Right. I finally found Frank holed up in his mountain cabin, and he was determined to have me dead. It was a pitched battle that could have gone either way. Luckily, I had some dynamite in my possession.
Dynamite? On your person?
A few sticks, just in case. It's always good to be prepared.
Right.
I'm just
Ai, caramba, velho. Caiu.
That old shack? Well, it went tumbling right off that cliff.
Esquecido do cara do machado.
But Frank James is still alive, living in Missouri, showing folks around the family farm for 25 cents a tour.
I didn't say he died in the fall, now did I?
É, em nenhum momento ele citou isso. Ele sobreviveu.
I'm done with this damnable outlaw life. Kill me, don't kill me, do what you will. At this point, I just don't give a shit. I explained to Frank that I had nothing against him personally and that I was looking for someone else. You want Reed? Have at him. I never did like that bastard. I am done here. We parted in peace as Frank pointed out the path to my prey before making his way back down the hill.
So what happened?
Segurei, ó.
Well, I finally found the last of the gang
quase.
hiding in a nearby cave. First, I had to dispatch the lookouts, as I was determined not to let that murderer escape my revenge again.
Toma aí, ó. Recebi na cabeça agora. Deu nem tempo. Desbloqueou mais 2. Vou ter que usar um aqui. Explosões maiores, torna-se um especialista em explosivos. Toda explosão causada por por você é 25 maior. 25% maior em termos de raio. Vou colocar esse. Retículo adesivo durante a concentração. Lide mais depressa com seus oponentes quando estiver concentrado. Entendeu. Isso aqui só vai servir no finalzinho só. Quando apertar a concentração aqui, ó.
I decided it would be better to smoke that son of a bitch out. Hey, Reed! I shouted. No wonder you're so ornery. Can't be easy being married to Belle Starr. While you're off providing for the family, she's spreading her legs for every Tom, Dick, and Cole Younger. Not an attractive woman exactly, but very friendly. At least she was to me. Son of a bitch!
Olha a boca.
It was then that the last bunch of bandits jumped out of hiding.
Why won't this asshole give up? Will someone please kill him?
Ai, não tem uma dinamite. Que pena. Nossa, pelo vão, velho. Que pilantra. Por uma bala, hein?
Why won't this asshole give up? Would someone please kill him?
Don't let him through! Hey, boy!
Cachorro do caramba, velho. Bora. Ai, caramba, bem na hora de abaixar.
Eventually, it was just me and Reed.
Reed.
I had waited a long time to face him down, so I could repay him for what he did to my brothers.
Tem que ser na altura da cabeça ali. Toma.
And repay him I did.
Morto com honra ainda. Era pra ter acertado na primeira. Jim Red. Reed, morto com honra. 95% de velocidade. E foco 89%. Dá pra fazer 100% se for se jogar no mouse e no teclado.
Well, I don't know about you boys, but I'm pretty beat.
Well, it's too damn bad you never found that Bob character. Seems a shame you never had to pay.
Well, funny thing about that, I did have one more chance at him.
Will Bussy.
6 months ago, I heard that Butch and Sundance were back in the States and had gathered up some of their old gang. I tracked them down, hoping that Roscoe Bob Bryant had returned with them.
So you're saying they didn't die down in Bolivia?
That's what I'm saying.
O bom, o mal e o morto. Caramba, já chegamos no final do jogo, galera. Esse jogo é muito pequeno,
40 years I had waited to get
mas
my
a história é
hands on the
muito
last
boa.
of my brother's killers. Not even an army of demons could have stopped me now. Both Johnny Ringo and Jim Reed
Fiquem
fell very
girando.
quickly. But the last one, Roscoe Bob Bryant. That son of a
fica girando
bitch managed
rápido.
to escape my vengeance time and time again. I couldn't even be certain
Espingardeiro.
I'd recognize him after all those years. By now, he had to be close to 70.
For all you know, he could have been dead.
That thought had indeed crossed my mind, as did others. For instance, did my thirst for vengeance turn me into something worse than the man I was after? By this point in my storied career, I had killed more men than Bob Bryant ever had. I was furious as hell at that bastard for making me who I am.
Toma aí, espingardeiro. Filha da
Nothing
mãe.
could stop me from taking his life. I'd been after that killer forever. From the time I rode with Billy the Kid. But that chapter of my story you already know.
Chapter of that fairy tale, you mean?
Suddenly it was 1910. There I was, an old man roaming a ghost town dead almost 2 decades. But I wasn't about to call it quits. Even though the ghosts of my dead brothers were begging me to end what I started so long ago.
Mr. Graves, are you all right? Would you like some water?
The Wild
you
Bunch
right?
knew I was there. They were after a treasure they had hidden before they fled, buried in the grave of a dead amigo. I intended to fill that grave with Bob Bryant's corpse. But like I said, the bandits knew I was on to them. They lured me in and hit me with everything they had.
Toma. Pega essa explosão.
Who the hell is that old man?
But you obviously prevailed since you're sitting here telling us today.
Actually, in that moment, I did not prevail.
So I suppose we're talking to a ghost.
Funny you should put it like that, Jack.
Nossa, que estrago, hein? Depois dessa aqui, eu já tive até aumentar uma barrinha aqui. As espingardas são mais eficientes quando você está concentrado. Não precisa mais recarregar manualmente. Vai essa daqui mesmo. Essa função que a gente queria.
Because when I woke up,
From the dead?
There was silence all around me. I could swear to God I saw Billy then.
Billy who?
Billy, the kid. William Bonney. He was shooting at me from a rooftop.
Véi, que viagem é essa?
Here, there, even over there.
So
Por isso que é o bom.
You are touched in the head.
Mr. Greaves, perhaps we should switch you to coffee?
You see that old Indian again, too?
No, but I did see Billy's killer, Patrick Floyd Garrett. He came at me guns a-blazing. But I knew that old war horse had died 2 years before. I wondered if maybe I was dead too and confronting the ghosts of my past. Perhaps all my sins were coming back to haunt me and drag me down to perdition. I saw Henry Plummer throw dynamite at me. And in the gates of the cemetery, I saw John Wesley Hardin, just like I remembered him.
Mas estamos matando fantasma agora. Isso que é o bom, o mal e o morto.
Robert Ollinger appeared with his terrible double-barrel shotgun. But no ghost army was stopping me.
My father-in-law got hit with a falling branch. He spent the rest of his life talking to dogs.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Dá pra ver nada. Caramba.
Newman Hayes Clanton, William Brocious, John Peters Ringo, they all wanted me dead.
Dá pra ficar aqui onde tem munição, mas o problema é que tem que estar esperto todo momento.
The Dalton brothers, Robert and Grattan, guardians of the Garden of the Dead. George Curry and Harvey Logan, alias Kid Curry, both thirsty for vengeance from the great beyond.
Nossa, já tá em cima, velho.
Jesse, Woodson, James, and Jim Reed, each one deader than the next. I thought I would go crazy.
Thought.
Tá do meu lado.
Finally, I saw Harry Alonzo Longabaugh.
The Sundance Kid?
Like a general leading his Legion of the Dead.
You told us before that you'd seen him alive.
He was alive.
Agora aí é treta, hein? Toma aí, ó. Na dinamite vai rápido.
A.K.A. Butch Cassidy, coming at me from out of the fog.
Thanks for taking care of that bastard.
Olha lá, por isso que é o bom, o mal e o morto. Os cast. Sundance Kid e Silas Greaves. O bom, o mal e o morto. Esse final desse jogo é muito top, hein?
Not yet.
Takes more than one little bullet to kill the likes of me, partner.
Those two looked like they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Clearly, they were no longer amigos.
Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't have to kill you.
You won't have to, Butch. I'm killing you first.
I asked them about Bob Bryant, but they were too busy with their own heated conversation.
Let me get this shit straight. You want my money and the love of my life?
You frittered it all away, Butch. Edda's mine. So is that damn money.
I didn't want to shoot anybody until I had an answer to my question, but those boys didn't give me much of a choice.
Ele virou um rosto. Olha lá. Ah, não deu tempo. Na hora que eu mudei, velho. Que filha da mãe. Não concentra não, né? Caramba, velho. É muito rápido. Tem que ser muito rápido no gatilho. É, galera, isso aqui é treta, hein? Quanto mais a mão próxima da arma ela ficar, melhor. Toma.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid
Há
died there in
tempo
that
ainda,
cemetery not 6 months ago.
Tentei de primeira, mas os dois foram mortos com honra. Velocidade de 95%. Final.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid were killed by the Bolivian army. Everybody knows that.
That's the legend, but it ain't the truth.
So, you never found Bob?
There is no Bob. This old sumbitch ain't even Silas Greaves.
Sir, is that true? Have you been pulling our legs this whole time?
Well, not the whole time.
No
Oh,
tempo
man,
todo.
I think you've worn out your welcome here.
Maybe you're right, Jack. Maybe it's time to pay.
Olha lá.
You see, Ben, or should I say Bob, your past always catches up with you.
I was a different man back then, crazy. Drinking, I've changed my ways, I swear to you. If I could turn back the clock,
But you can't, Bob.
Escolha seu destino de Bob Bright. Vamos escolher a vingança. Silas Greaves foi pra isso.
Why'd you toy with me like that? Telling those tales, knowing all along. Why not just lay your cards on the table?
Here. I won't have it said that I left you with nothing.
That's how you want it? So be it.
Holy
Até parece.
Move against that wall. Go.
Ia deixar Bob Bright vivo. Toma.
Oh my god! Oh Jesus!
Em busca de vingança.
Did you know it was him all along?
Cassidy told me Bob was in Abilene before he died. But I wasn't sure Ben was my man until he revealed how much he knew about Ringo and Reed. The coin, of course. Well, that was the last nail in that particular coffin.
I better go get the sheriff.
You okay, boy? You're looking mighty shook up.
Dwight, maybe you best go home. Young Eisenhower here is leaving for West Point tomorrow. He shouldn't get caught up in something like this.
I think I might head out myself at this juncture. Unless you want to stop me, Jack.
No, sir, Mr. Greaves.
So where are you going now? Now that you had your revenge?
Doesn't really matter, does it? As I've sold my soul for it, and will never again walk with those I have lost.
Tem a segunda opção. Sobrevivente. Completa a história na dificuldade verdadeiro Oeste. Fechou, galera. Mais um jogão aí, ó. Ó, o Juarez Gunslinger. Esse aqui é um dos melhores jogos. Um jogo subestimado demais, galera. Demais, demais. As pepitas da verdade faltou duas. Vou ter que achar onde que tá. É muito difícil de encontrar. Parece que tava bugado. Todo canto tava apitando. Se tiver um tempo eu jogo e desbloqueio isso aqui. Tem um modo arcade aqui. Duelo é o duelo igual do jogo, né? Esse duelo aqui é legal, esse modo arcade. Vamos jogar um pouquinho ele. Ainda não desbloqueio os restantes dos mapas. Aqui é pra disputar ponto com outros jogadores online. Eu já tinha jogado um pouco dele. Cada mapa serve pra cada pistoleiro desse aqui, ó. Como é campo aberto aqui, eu vou utilizar o ADAS. Aqui é a velocidade, esse modo arcade. Ai, grudou ali, velho. Quebrando a sequência meu combo. Essa pistola aqui é muito ruim, velho. Esse revólver é horrível. Pegou meia dúzia ali, hein? Tam, tam. 3 minutos, hein? Era pra ter sido mais rápido nisso aqui. Recorde pessoal, consegui bater um recorde já. Menos 25 de diferença. Deixando ninguém em pontuação. Bora repetir. Criar a configuração Steam aqui. Repetir missão. Ainda tem mais 2 coisinhas aqui pra desbloquear ainda. São 75 mil de ponto. O Audaz ele tá mais... Tentar ser mais rápido agora. Bora. Ah, bugou a porta. Ah. Vai reiniciar, velho. Depois dessa... Nossa, só um arranco agora. Oxi, pega essa velocidade. Toma. 2 minutos e 41. Rapaz. Recorde pessoal. Caramba, isso aqui foi brabo, hein? Êxito. Novo recorde pessoal. Tiro rápido. Armas favoritas. Nível de combo máximo 15. Sair. E vai desbloqueando, galera. Placares de líderes aqui, vamos ver. Quantidade de Lincoln, eu tirei o quê? 3 estrelas. Combo máximo 46 de combo. 3 estrelas, 131 mil pontos. Fechou, galera. Trazendo aí Call of Juarez pro canal. Um jogaço aí, quem nunca jogou, meu, recomendo. Um dos clássicos aí, ó. Show, galera. Obrigado pela presença de todos. Galera que fortalece no like, tamo junto. E até a próxima. Valeu, falou, fui.